I will now call to order the Clarke County Public School regular meeting, August 10th, 2020, to order. If you'll all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Consideration of school board member participation as policy BDD. Pursuant to policy BDD, Vice Chair Katie Kerr-Hobart has requested to attend the August 10th, 2020 school board meeting by electronic means, by telephone, from a remote location due to an out-of-town vacation. That a quorum of the Clarke County School Board is present and that her voice be heard by all persons. Any questions about this? We have a motion.
I move to approve board member Katie Kerr-Hobart's participation by electronic means from a remote location.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
This seems like I would recommend that you just call once we go to well, you'll hear from closed session.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry. Because we'll have to call or hang up and call back.
Hello, Katie.
Hi.
Hi, can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, review and approval of agenda. Any questions about tonight's agenda?
No, I'll move that we accept the agenda as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Hi.
Okay, may I have a motion to convene in closed session?
I'll move to convene a closed session to discuss personnel matters, including appointments, resignations, request for release of contract, and to discuss personnel assignments specific to virtual learning pursuant to Code Virginia 2.2-3711A1. The estimated time required for closed session is 1 hour and action is expected.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, so we're going to go into convene and close to convene session and to reconvene session. And so we're going to stay in here. So we'll ask that everybody leave the room. And then we can call once we're done.
then do we have to look at it?
Move that we reconvene in open session.
Wait, oh, I'm so sorry. I said yes, Mr.
I'll move that we reconvene in open session.
Is there a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Pursuant to Code Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, do you certify that to the best of your knowledge during the closed session just concluded, the Clarke County School Board discussed only matters lawfully exempt for the open meeting requirements under Code Section 2.2-3711 of the Code and as identified in the motion convening the closed session? Ms. Kerr-Hobart? She's still online.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Ms. Singh Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Turkel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Move that we approve the personnel agenda as presented.
Second?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, just want to say thank you for your patience. I'm sure you can appreciate how difficult all of this is, so I appreciate you hanging out for a couple hours. And everybody on YouTube, thank you. Any questions about the consent agenda? We have a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Superintendent update?
Just a couple of items. We continue to plan for the reopening of school today in addition to the work on the return to school plan. The pathway at Cooley has been completed. Revised contracts with ABM for enhanced cleaning with RBI for upgrades to different filters in our schools. We're also working on some HVAC cleaning that will be done. And then just the regular preventative maintenance. Continue to prep buildings for the return of students and staff. The first round of PPE has been distributed to schools with more ordered. Some of that actually came in today. Mr. Trineri,
You need your mic.
go get it. You want me to start over?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
So Mr. Trineri will be delivering the next round of PPE beginning tomorrow. So primarily that's what we've been working on, and that's it at this point.
Okay. Any questions for Dr. Bishop?
So we do have a 95 masks physically present.
We have N95 masks have been delivered to each school, and then we received another shipment today of N95 and KN95 both.
Okay. And do you think with what we have now, we have enough for those teachers who will need specifically those N95s and KN95s to, who may be working with students who would have a harder time keeping a mask on consistently?
Yes.
We do.
We
And,
have,
and what's the, if you know, what's the allocation? For example, do they get one a day, one a week?
Well, we have some that have been distributed already to the schools. So the high school got 120, Cooley and Johnson Williams got 80 each to start with in the first shipment. Boys got 40. The shipment that Mr. Legg said came today was 600 N95s and 400 KN95s. So
Okay.
now we'll distribute those out to the building. So there will be
Great.
masks available as needed for those folks who prefer that mask
Okay,
or need that mask.
thanks.
Okay, audience comments. Audience comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Anybody wishing to speak should fill out a speaker's card and present it to the clerk. Ms. Ware?
Yes, ma'am. Stephen Pledgy?
Can we just ask that if everyone who's wearing a mask wears it up over their nose and their mouth?
No, sorry.
All right, thank you.
See,
What's that?
hard to see.
That's all right, thank you.
Sorry, thank you, appreciate it.
Good evening. When planning under pressure, there's a tendency to go into a heads down, blinders on, old-fashioned human typewriter mode. moving from one crisis to the next, ever losing context. I thought I might spend my 3 minutes emphasizing 5 areas that address preparedness and how you will know when you are ready to reopen schools. Each area rightfully requires its own managing director who reports to the top. First, there is history and understanding what will repeat when it is your turn to head into action. For COVID-19, this means learning about others' experiences and attempted school reopenings to help you improve your revised plan. Their experiences become your test cases so that you don't become someone else's test case. Who in CCPS will own this? Second, have you created, rehearsed, and independently tested your procedures? You're testing to find the gaps in your plan to help ensure your revised plan will beat the cheat I spoke about last time, through policy-mandated rejection of ignorance. In the famous words of comedian Ron White, you can't fix stupid. I contend, however, that policy can help us overcome the dumb by ensuring we incorporate the lessons of history and go beyond talk to action. Who in CCPS owns this? Third, do you understand the challenges you will face on a daily basis? You heard Dr. Green last time. There will be positive cases, but in and of itself, that is not a particularly useful prognostication. How about estimating the number of cases our schools may face daily by symptomatics and natural and manufactured asymptomatics? I worked up a rough monthly estimate, and it looks like you're going to have 21 actual cases per month and at least 2 to 3 positive cases per month. That translates to at least 1 actual new case per day in your system. Unfortunately, there's nothing you can do about that because those estimates come from the past when schools were closed. There's no way for you to reduce those numbers. They can only go higher. Who's going to own this in CCPS? How will you establish situational awareness about how each school is performing, their priority issues, needs for leadership? This addresses the sharing of information, who communicates to whom and how. If your answer is your email inbox and Outlook, or a phone call, then you have a major problem. This actually requires a dedicated swim lane that is entirely deconflicted from your normal communication channels. There are a lot of professional tools that can help, but it's most important that you actually have a tool to help you communicate effectively. Who's going to own this in CCPS? And finally, there's public communication and the need for transparency. This is every organization's worst nightmare. When you're prepared, transparency is easy. But when you're not prepared, not planned, not rehearsed, not informed, and not aware, transparency or the lack thereof is brutal. And CCPS finds itself unable to update per school dashboards several times per day, then it has a problem lying in wait for Dr. Green's prophecy positive cases. In closing, I'll leave you with an incredibly relevant quote from Dr. Darren Pepper, a superintendent in Colorado. In the end, it will be impossible to know if we overreacted or did too much, but it will be quite apparent if we underreact or did too little. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy Smith.
So, can you all hear me through my mask?
Yes.
I've been attending school board meetings since 2011, and luckily for you guys, I'll be gone in 2 years when I have my last child graduates. At that time, the school board members were Janet Alger, Rabina Rich-Buffo, Jennifer Williver, Barbara Lee, and Emily Rhodes. They were trying to build a new high school and arguing about the IB program. Yes, even then they were. Mike Murphy was the superintendent. With that experience, I think I have an ounce of credibility as I address the board this evening. Since 2011, there have been many challenges in this system, but none that has come close to the havoc that COVID has brought to our school community. The school board members have wrestled with the concerns and questions of their constituents, but tonight I would like to recognize Dr. Bishop's contribution. Dr. Bishop has consistently and thoughtfully guided this board and community through challenging questions, requests for information or data, suggestions, as well as mandates from the governor's office. Dr. Bishop brings knowledge, honest answers, and experience to the meetings. Has he ever said, no, I can't do that, or no, I won't? Has he even went so far as to visit a school at night to rearrange the classroom furniture in order to see how it would look with social distancing measures in place? Then he brought the before and after photos to the classroom to a meeting so that we would see the impact of the COVID restrictions. In short, I'm not sure there's anything that Dr. Bishop has not done or will not try to do in order to make our schools as healthy and safe as he can. In academic circles, a gold star is a symbol of recognition for outstanding effort. Dr. Bishop, you deserve a gold star.
Thank you.
Victoria Fowler.
Hi everyone, my name is Victoria Fowler. I live and work in Clarke County as a speech-language pathologist in the schools. As you can see, I put away my summer sweatpants and wore my best outfit for this meeting. You may think it is an over-dramatization of the situation, but it's not. This is the reality that related service providers, preschool teachers, educators, in our life skills classrooms, and any other employees who have to interact closely with children will be facing every day. We will be exposed to the same risks as healthcare professionals for a fraction of the pay. When we inevitably get sick or happen to be around someone who is sick, we will have to quarantine. We're allowed enough sick leave to cover one round of quarantine. How long do you think those days will last? In earlier meetings, board members and the superintendent said, it's not a matter of if we go virtual so much as when. Now it seems like it's not a matter of if teachers, students, or families get sick, but when and how severely. Are hospitalizations severe enough, or does someone need to die from a school-related exposure before we take it seriously? All around the country, schools and summer camps have tried to open safely, and data is showing over and over it doesn't work. Even our neighbors to the east figured that out when they tried to do summer school. Yeah, I can't see. Maybe when they tried to do summer school and then had to close and chose to prioritize the health and safety over whatever it was that motivated their decision to go hybrid. During the vote, you cited the testimony of Dr. Green as convincing enough, but I'm sure you realize by now that he misrepresented the data and recommendations to fit his own political agenda. I firmly believe that he was brought in to cover the fact that the board was being bullied by people who do not work in the schools and do not understand the risks. These are the same people who refuse to wear masks and call the virus a flu, despite months of data showing otherwise. New articles are coming out every day saying that children do spread the virus, and that the amount carried in their noses alone of the youngest students far exceeds that in adults. Additionally, the inflammatory syndrome called flaccid myelitis that some children get as a result of COVID is life-threatening and has long-lasting effects. I recently heard a quote from a teacher in another state. You can always catch up on education if needed, but you can't teach a dead child. As more children are out in the public and exposed, the number of those who get this syndrome will undoubtedly increase. Risk of death aside, think of the adults who contracted highly contagious diseases as children and still suffer because of it. My father-in-law had poliomyelitis as a child and suffered permanent facial paralysis. I don't doubt we will look back and wish we'd been more cautious about the effects of COVID in children. Yesterday, my own father told me to sit in a hot car on the first day of school so I would appear to have a fever. This man is incapable of lying, but he's so scared for me that that was his advice. I won't follow it because I can't afford to use up my leave that early. I'll just walk into the fire and hope that I can avoid being burned long enough for the board or the governor to realize that reopening schools was a mistake.
Thank you. Okay. We just have one comment that came through electronically that I will read. This is from Carrie McKenna. I hope I can get through it in 3 minutes, but I might stop myself. We informed Boyce Elementary School and Dr. Bishop that due to the pandemic, our children will not be attending CCPS for the 2021 school year, choosing instead to independently homeschool. There are many reasons behind this, but our primary motivation was for other students, staff, and teachers to be kept safe. The teachers are going to be required to teach in class, online, before school, after school, provide individual catch-up, and respond to the numerous parental requests as well as dealing with their own families. They are taking substantial risk for no additional pay. The least we can do as a family is to reduce, even if by a little, the CCPS workload, stress, and most importantly, health risks. In doing this, we also know there will be fewer students in the school, allowing more space and more time and attention to those who do not have the ability to make the same choice. We have 3 recommendations going forward. Teacher survey. There has to be a different question. We have heard from different sources only 20% of the teachers in surveys have been reluctant to return. From what we understand, CCPS has never asked a direct question about a teacher's safety and comfort level. Instead, every question is tied to what they want to do professionally in the classroom. Instead, ask something like the following. Do you feel it is safe for you and your family for you to work in the school building with students 4 days a week for 8 hours a day? If you already asked something like this, please let us know. However, so far there's not been a survey that focuses on health and comfort level of teachers, staff, and includes their immediate families. Our teachers and staff are not medical professionals. They do not sign up for this type of exposure. The teachers and staff, especially elementary teachers and staff, are surrounded by kids that cannot keep an adequate social distance. Students in these age groups who are already well known to germ factories. If we could take a moment and examine the science that goes before us, we can easily look to multiply school districts with an array of reopening plans, and that many are in fact closing again. Just Google school quarantine for an updated list. This latest study shows about 100,000 children tested positive in July. Phase reopening. If the county insists on reopening in person, should I stop? Okay. If the county insists on reopening in person, please start only with the high school. Older students should be able to wear a mask and social distance. If there are no issues and no increase in cases, then reopen the intermediate schools 3 weeks later, followed with 3 weeks later again for elementary. A phased reopening will allow students and staffs to get online and use technology and work many glitches out. Days of the week. Please rethink the Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, flex Friday schedule. Consider a 2 consecutive day model, Monday, Tuesday, flex Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That will keep the people and the germs the same for 2 days instead of alternating days, only 2 cleaning days needed for this model. CCPS is going from phase 1 to phase 3 or 4 in 1 day on September 8th. The largest indoor gathering in Clarke County since March has been the Boyce Volunteer Fire Department bingo. This has been for a few hours once a week. The school board is proposing to open up all 4 schools with half the student population all at once. Please consider all of these options. That will lessen the impact and risk. Okay. Would anybody else in the audience like to speak? Okay. Consideration of revisited 2021 school calendar, Dr. Bishop.
Yes, based on the decision of the board last month to revise the start date. So the calendar you have before you this evening has the start date of September the 8th, which the board decided at the last meeting. All of the green days, let me orient you a little bit, all the green days on the calendar are for staff work days. Mrs. Kerhobert specifically asked for us to start teachers as early as possible, or have an early return date in order to make sure that people were prepared for the opening of school. Keeping in mind the 200-day contract, which is in Virginia Code for teachers, we have adjusted the start date accordingly. It was initially the 13th for new teachers, and now it's the 17th for new teachers, with all teachers returning on the 19th. So we're front-loaded with almost 3 full weeks of teacher work days. September the 4th, you will notice, is designated as a holiday. That's the Friday before Labor Day. It was mentioned at a previous meeting that we potentially should look at the apple blossom holiday. So that is a trade-off. Apple blossom on April 30th is now traded out for September 4th. According to policy, there are 13 holidays that the school board has designated and observes. So I need to make sure that we have 13 holidays in the calendar. So September 4th is a trade-off for April the 30th. In the calendar, you will see the orange and blue days that are designated. It is always, even like the first week, that week of September 7th where Labor Day occurs, there will be 2 orange and 2 blue days. There are a number of weeks in the calendar where there's a Monday holiday where the blue day is slid to a Friday. So the students have 2 in-person days. Those who have chosen hybrid have 2 in-person days per week. November 3rd is Election Day. That would be listed, or is listed on the calendar as a teacher workday / professional development day. The 13th, the end of the first quarter is on November 10th. So the 13th, that following Friday, is a teacher workday for preparation of report cards and end of the quarter reporting. The following Friday would be set aside for parent conferences. So we get to December, the week of Thanksgiving, let me mention that first, a blue and an orange day that week. So we've kept intact the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of that week for Thanksgiving. Then when we get back to December, 2 days a week again, orange and blue, with the Christmas or winter break scheduled to start on the 21st. January, return to school from the holiday on the 4th. Again, everything's designated blue and orange. The 18th is the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. So the blue day is slid, the second blue day is slid to Friday. The 5th of February is the work day because the end of the second quarter would be on February 4th. So again, so preparation of report cards and then end of quarter reporting. February 15th is President's Day. March, right now we have spring break scheduled from the 29th through the 2nd. April 16th, another end of quarter work day. And then May, observing Memorial Day at the end of May. And then the last day of school would be June the 17th. This calendar does incorporate or does account for the 990 teaching hours. State code requires 180 school days or 990 teaching hours. This calendar does approach the 990 and not the 180. It's actually 177 days. There will be plenty of time to meet the 990 because as a result of the plan that we've put out, the school day will be 20 minutes longer in order to accommodate the 8 class periods at the middle and high school. School will start at 8 and will be over at approximately 3:20. So the 990 should not be an issue in making sure we meet the state code. All those Fridays that are pink just denote the flex day. The identified students may attend for specialized services. They'll have online opportunities, small group opportunities with specialists, classroom teachers, and part of that day will also be used as a teacher work day to prepare for the coming week. Did set the Clarke County High School graduation date for June 10th and the inclement weather day for June 11th. I'm happy to answer any questions.
So what's the inclement weather day is June, did you say June 11th? What did,
No,
For graduation.
for graduation.
Oh, okay.
Graduation.
what did you say about inclement weather? I'm sorry.
The inclement weather date for graduation.
Oh,
June 11th.
okay.
We always schedule the day that we hope to have it, and we
Got it.
schedule an inclement weather day as well. for
Okay.
spring.
Sorry, I have snow days on my mind, so I think that's where I was going.
Gotcha.
Do we have snow days?
Yeah, are there snow days in this?
No, we haven't built snow days in. Our
Okay.
calendar typically addresses both the 180, but if we don't make the 180, we always make the 990. So we do not actually build in snow days. We have enough bank time in our calendar to make sure we do that, get the 990 every year.
So if there
Dr.
was,
Bishop, were there any changes to the month of November in terms of teacher in-services or work days from the prior schedule that we have?
Yes, the big change was November 2nd was listed as a parent-teacher conference day. And the 3rd was the work day because that was election day. So we moved the parent conference day to Friday the 20th. And not during the week. I know Friday's not ideal, but if we put it during the week, then the schedule for student instruction gets disrupted.
Okay, thank you. So it's still the same number of work days, just changed around a bit?
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
And Dr. Bishop, could you talk a little bit just about the, I don't want to call it an extended day, but the reasoning behind, can you elaborate a little bit more with the reasoning behind moving from the 8 o'clock to 3:20 scheduling?
Yeah, one of the big considerations there was in order to have enough time in the middle and high school calendar, or middle and high school schedule each day, to make sure we can accommodate the 8 blocks or the 8 periods. Those periods right now are scheduled to be 46 minutes. So if we took that 20 minutes out, they would be around 40 minutes each, roughly. So that time was built in to allow those 8 periods to occur Monday through Thursday. So students who are in person would have 2 face-to-face meetings with teachers every week.
Thank you.
Any other comments about the calendar?
So just one other comment to Ms. Kerhover's point. Because we share busing and we don't have buses that serve just middle school or just high school or just elementary, all of our schools follow the same time schedule. So for those who wonder, well, why does elementary have to go 20 minutes longer? It's busing.
Okay. I wanted to ask one thing. It was brought up in this parent letter about, and we talked about this, but I want to say it again, about why it was recommended we go with Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, as opposed to the 2 consecutive days. Can you just address that quickly?
Yeah, well, as we talked about that, one of the things we looked at was having like the blue group go Monday and Tuesday. Well, if that happens, then the next time the blue group goes to school is the following Monday. So there's 5 days of lag time, if you will, between the time the students actually see their teachers.
And then there's a degree of cleaning, right? That's, I think, is the hygiene issue more than
And that'll be done every night. We've paid for the enhanced cleaning services. So there are some school divisions that are saying, well, we're going to do cleaning on Wednesdays. Enhanced cleaning on Wednesdays. We're addressing enhanced cleaning every night and not just on Wednesdays.
Yeah, so even if we did 2 consecutive days, I would like to think we are still cleaning every single night.
Right.
That doesn't mean that we're going to only clean a couple nights.
Correct.
Okay. All right, any other questions? We have a motion?
I move to approve the revised 2020-2021 calendar as presented.
Second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, Dr. Bishop, updates to the
Sure.
reopen?
Trying to get the mouse to work. It's not scrolling for some reason, but I'll go over them anyway. There is a new draft document available on Board Docs. Even till late this afternoon, we're working on making some revisions to this. For sake of time and not repeating everything and spending the next hour going over this, everything's changed is marked in blue. You will see a couple of stray highlighted areas in yellow as an example, but those are really our notes, so we can go back and reference some additional things that we need to take a look at. So on page 6 is the first blue marking under physical distancing and minimizing exposure for with some of our older students. You get it? The mouse isn't working. Or is it just taking time to
I
catch up.
figured,
Okay.
yeah.
Six. There might be occasions when we're asking our high school, middle school, school students to assist with cleaning their personal space, their desk, equipment that they've used, etc. Under face coverings, on page 6, we do have in there that face coverings will be required. That's been part of the board's conversation on both school transportation and within buildings for all students and staff. We're recommending that face covering breaks be provided when appropriate, so the students aren't wearing the mask for 7 or 8 hours a day. Certainly at lunch, they would need to remove the mask. Recess, potentially, while they're outside. But that we would try to provide opportunities for students to just be able to appropriately distance and remove their masks just for some fresh air.
But we will be, I see it.
Sorry?
Go ahead.
Okay. So there's been some conversation as well about students with disabilities and wearing masks. So from our attorney late this afternoon, at the bottom of page 6, on to page 7 and half of page 8, there is some clarification on the issue of students with disabilities and masks or face coverings. So students with students, including those with disabilities, will be required to wear a cloth face covering while in school. Parents may elect to request approval from the school division for their child to use an alternative cloth face covering, because there are certain exceptions that are designated in both the CDC documentation, the documentation that's come from the governor's office, and other places that provides exceptions, like is it developmentally appropriate? Is there some kind of health condition or medical condition that a person would have? So we have a process. So Mr. Moore will serve as our hearing officer. So if somebody wants to request the opportunity to wear an alternative covering, that request would go to Mr. Moore. He will work with the building administration and have the conversation about what an alternative might be. The decision may be then appealed to myself or Mr. Catlett, and that appeal, once we've rendered a decision, would be final. If the hearing officer denies the request and the parent does not want to appeal, the IEP team should convene in order to consider supports to assist the student to wear a cloth face covering. There's a couple of FAQs below that are referenced. It is not the function of the IEP team to determine if an exception to the cloth face covering is required, as parents may utilize the administrative review and appeals process to address that issue. If the request is denied and the parent elects to appeal to myself or Mr. Catlett, the IEP team should convene following the decision in order to consider supports to assist the student to wear a cloth face covering. And again, there are exceptions below, or there are FAQs below. So in the FAQs, if a parent indicates their child with a disability has a medical condition that prohibits him or her from wearing a cloth face covering, we're advised that you ask the parents for a release of confidential information to speak with the healthcare provider. Obtain input from that medical provider regarding alternatives to the cloth face covering. Reasonable alternatives should be considered and implemented to the extent possible. And parents should utilize the administrative review and appeals process if that face covering is a concern. If the student's medical provider provides information or documentation which indicates that the student cannot return to school due to medical concerns, the IEP team should convene to consider the documentation whether modifications to the student's services, goals, or accommodations are needed. The IEP team should also discuss with the parent the services that could be provided when offering a full-time virtual option for the student. Section 504 committee should also convene to review the documentation to determine whether additional accommodations can be implemented to support the student. The second item, if a parent or guardian indicates that their child with a disability will not or simply cannot wear a cloth face covering, we maintain that a face covering is required in light of the COVID-19 for health and safety reasons. It is not the function of the IEP team to determine if an exception to the cloth face covering is required, since the administrative review and appeals process is available. However, the IEP team should convene to consider and propose supports to assist the student in wearing a face covering in order for the child to access the educational environment. So we would consult with the parents, caregivers, guardians to practice wearing the face covering. Offer to provide a social story about face coverings with students so they know what to expect at school. Propose to introduce students with sensory concerns or tactile sensitivities to face coverings with a variety of materials, prints, and textures. Then use behavioral techniques such as positive reinforcement to increase the likelihood the students will comply. Then the IEP team should also discuss with the parent the option for 100% virtual instruction as an alternative. So again, this was vetted today, and received today from our attorney's office. Need to clean it up just a little bit, but primarily, I think you get the gist of it. The IEP team would not determine whether a student should or can wear a face covering. The IEP team would be responsible for working with the student to determine what the appropriate educational placement is at that point.
Any questions about students with disabilities wearing masks? Because I do have a question about masks in general, but.
I suppose this relates to students with disabilities. So what about, I have been thinking about our preschool program and how challenging that's going to be to get a 4-year-old to wear a mask all day long, and whether it's really developmentally appropriate, and also potentially kindergartners. I know that wearing masks is going to be uncomfortable for a lot of students all day long. I recognize that, but has there been discussion about the preschoolers especially?
A certain population of those students do fall under special education preschool. So the what I just went over would apply to that group.
Okay.
Others are under the Virginia Preschool Initiative, and we'll work with those similarly.
Okay. Thank you.
Sarah?
I don't have a question. I guess I'm glad to see that this is a consistent policy. I think that when parents chose the hybrid plan, it was with the understanding that masks would be required. And so even if we provide N95s or K95s to teachers, those other students in the classroom may not have those. And so I think it's really important that we're consistent with that, and I appreciate the update.
Yeah, I think with the mask breaks, I don't know that having a mask break in a classroom is appropriate. I think having it in a different space. I mean, maybe the classroom would be reserved as a mask-only space, because then those that are uncomfortable with, everyone just being in that, you get the idea. I mean, ideally it's outside. That's the best practice.
Right.
And then the second best is outside of the classroom. I think, pulling masks off in the classroom and then saying, okay, mask back on is a little awkward for those that are sensitive to mask wearing in the room.
Agreed, and I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. Today during our staff meeting, we discussed outside. Now, obviously, if there's inclement weather, then what other space could be used? Potentially, with a group of 10 students, the gymnasium might be large enough where people could spread out and take a quick break. Since we will not have physical education classes, at least to start the year, in the gymnasiums. If it was raining outside, as an example.
And then I think it's like mask is so interesting as I observe it, as I live it at work, what wearing a mask means to different people. And, we see, I mean, Dr. Green, I think, very clearly said that it's a covering that covers your nose and your mouth. And so that's the definition in my mind. The cloth covering that closes the nose and the mouth. It's not your chin, it's not just your mouth, it's not, it's the nose and the mouth. And that definition, I think, is important as we proceed with this idea that you must wear a mask. Well, then it's clear, I think it needs to be very unambiguous what exactly that means. And also in the work environment, I see it often. We get masks, they're not fun. They're not fun for anybody. Even people that want to be wearing masks and want everybody else to be wearing masks. The idea that mask down when you're talking is completely counterintuitive to the point of the mask, which is more important when someone's talking and less when they're not talking. So again, I think that clarity needs to be provided. Also on the top of the mask, I think this board is probably aware of the situation in Fauquier at the elementary school with the school administration staff that had some issues, and I just wanted to be sure that as we speak about staff being required to wear masks, that that's occurring currently, that it's occurring with fidelity, and that it's not like my workplace, which is questionable as far as how it's being carried out.
My only comment is I want to be sure when we say consistent reminders to students who do not maintain the face covering requirement may result in the student being placed in a virtual academy.
Mhm.
Like, I don't like the word may, you know that. I feel like if these students are not going to be wearing masks and understand the mandatory expectation of it, then I don't really want to waffle around too much with that. Then they have to be virtual. But in saying that, I also want to be mindful. I hope each building is prepared to have their plan in place. That is it going to be 3 times? Is it going to be a week's worth? I mean, we can't be expecting or making statements like face coverings are mandatory, but then and then we allow students to be walking around in the building who aren't wearing masks, and it's perceived as though we might not be doing anything about it. Or we have the same offenders. And we talked about this briefly whenever ago, but I don't want it to be this huge disciplinary thing either, but I want parents to understand you do this or you don't, and you stay home. I feel really strongly about that. I think this board does. So however we convey that, I don't know if we take the word out, may out, I don't know, but I feel really strongly about that. If families don't want to wear masks, then you stay home. Your kids are taught virtually. It's pretty plain and simple to me.
And I actually do have a question. So if someone has, for example, a medical or religious exemption from wearing a face mask altogether, would the reasonable accommodation be virtual schooling?
We have been told by your attorney that if a person fails to comply with wearing a mask, that we have every right to put them in the virtual academy.
Okay.
If they have a medical issue, they shouldn't be coming to school. And I don't mean to be trite or rude about
Yeah.
this, but they shouldn't be coming. I mean, then you're putting,
Agreed.
anyway, my tolerance is low. Okay, any other comments about it?
I'm just glad that we're spending time doing it. There was only 2 things that Dr. Green pointed to that we really have the opportunity to affect transmission, and that is distance and masks. And so it's important. We've got 2 levers. We need to use them.
Okay.
On page 9, under monitoring symptoms, that has been changed in the 3rd bullet to 100 degrees. It was 100.4. The screening process, going back and forth on this a little bit. And this was altered just today or revised just today. So each morning, the parents will be required to health screen their students by 7 a.m. and enter the data into the school division selected app. We are currently looking at a couple of vendors to provide an app that will be available to parents and to staff. Bullet 2, staff is also required to conduct a self-assessment each morning and enter the data into the school division selected app. Upon arrival at school, any student or staff member who has not completed the health screening on file, assessment and has it on file will be subject to the health screening process. We discussed using the gym at each school to serve as the health screening area. Health screening data would be entered into the school division's database, which is really the app that we would potentially be, we will be purchasing. Once students arrived at school in the morning, we would also conduct a temperature check at that point. Whether the student arrives by bus or by car in the parent drop-off line, and then student drivers would also be screened. We did discuss having a midday screening, and I know that that's been mentioned on a couple of occasions. And the challenge there is the staff to conduct that screening and who's available to do that. And we don't have the staff to be able to conduct a midday screening, as we talked about it this morning.
Is that just a temperature screening?
Yes, at that
midday?
point, yes.
Could,
Or in the morning when they arrive. Not midday.
So we're back to doing it as they arrive.
We are. We can have the staff in the morning to do it because people are on duty. In the middle of the day, when students are, in an elementary school, they're in a specials class, or in a high school or middle school, they're in their classes. To have the staff to be able to screen students in the middle of the day, we don't have it.
Could we have it just like at the elementary school for the time being?
Those folks would be assigned to, possibly.
Just a
It
question. I
depends,
mean,
yeah.
I hear what you're saying,
Yeah.
but I'm just wondering, because
Based on some previous or prior conversation this evening, maybe.
Yeah, I like the idea of the midday screening so that you can give any kind of fever reducing medication time to wear off and maybe scoop up anyone who.
I do too, and you know that we talked about that
Yeah.
kind of last week, but as we were in our meeting this morning, staffing is an issue when it comes to that because people are in different places doing different tasks. Instructional assistants at the elementary school, as an example, are delivering lunches to classrooms to give the teacher a break so that they can eat their lunch. Then those people can't screen other classrooms. So it's a challenge on the staffing front.
I know that I would hate to put something else on our teachers when they're dealing with a lot. That's something that could potentially keep them safe. Maybe, I don't know if they wouldn't mind. I've seen devices that attach to an iPad, for example, or a device that the student just stands in front of it and it scans their forehead. And so I wonder if, within the teacher's classroom, they could set that up and have the kids come up one at a time and just stand in front of it, or even put it, I don't know. Just trying to think of like some creative ways that maybe it could happen in the individual classrooms, or maybe in the hallway on their way out to recess or something, everyone walks by the scanner.
The one device that we looked into was cost prohibitive. And one device was like $2,000.
Oh, wow.
So there might be others now because everybody seems to be getting into the COVID-19 school market.
Yeah.
But at the time when we looked a month or so ago, the one we looked at was like $2,000 for one unit.
Okay. That's it seems
How many
something.
thermometers do we have that are the forehead thermometers infrared?
The high school has 12, Johnson Williams 10, Cooley 10, and Boyce 8.
Okay.
So we want to encourage folks to stay home if they're sick. And so I guess the question I have is then how seamless is the transition for those students to a virtual education?
I think it depends on the length of time somebody's out. So if a student is sick for a day, as an example, it would be not much different than it would be during a regular year. They're out for a Monday and then they're back to school on Tuesday. if it's not a COVID situation.
Yeah, I guess my point is that to the extent possible, I would want it to be easy for the student to feel that they can access education online so that they don't feel compelled to push their luck and go to school.
The assignments would be posted in Google Classroom for asynchronous work that day, even though a student might not be physically present.
Okay, you just get,
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying.
to the best extent we can.
So on page 10 at the bottom, there has been an adjustment in the CDC guidance. You see now it says at least 24 hours. Initially that was 72.
Thoughts about that?
I have some general thoughts about the health screenings in general. Not specifically about the 24 hours, but we're going to scoop up a lot of people who don't have COVID, who have strep throat or ear infection or a cold that causes a slight fever. And if anyone has those symptoms, they need to go home for either 10 days or pending a negative COVID result, correct?
Not necessarily.
Is that my, okay, can you explain that to me then?
So our nurses will evaluate those situations as they come in. And certainly it's possible, and even the CDC guidance now has a series of childhood illnesses and then a list of symptoms. And for every illness that has a fever associated with it, there's the box is checked. I think you've probably seen them, or I've shared them with you. So nurses will evaluate, communicate with the parent. But just because a child has a fever doesn't necessarily mean that they have COVID at all. So the recommendation will be that they seek medical attention. But as has been pointed out by me and by others who have commented to you during public session, we can't force people to take their child to the doctor. So we'll be relying on parents to work with us through this process. It could potentially mean a 10-day or a 14-day quarantine, depending on what happens when the child seeks medical attention, if they do. I mean, that's one of those what ifs that I can't answer. That's the honest answer.
Okay, so I guess what I want to make sure that parents understand is that they need to be prepared for the potential of their kid being out for 10 or more days. Conceivably, every time they have a fever, a sore throat, and you know, and just so that they're not blindsided by that, you know, that they're aware that this is part of it.
I don't disagree with you.
And I'm okay with that because we're also going to scoop up some people who might have COVID. And unfortunately, there's no way to separate it. And they can go get a COVID test and it might take
A week to get back.
10 days to come back anyways, and it might be useless at that point. So if let's say that kid goes, and then maybe you don't have the answer to this hypothetical, let's say that child goes to the doctor and the doctor says they don't meet COVID testing criteria. They don't have strep, they don't have the flu, it's just some random virus. Does that kid get to come back to school? Are we going to ask the doctor to determine that?
We'd ask the doctor to provide a note that gives a return to school.
Okay. So we're not going to ask that child has a negative COVID test to return to school?
Correct, because the doctor might not order one.
Right.
I mean, we know of at least one situation here over the last few weeks where someone took their child to school, happens to be an employee's child, or took their child to the doctor, and they did not conduct a COVID test, they said that it did not meet, the child did not meet the criteria.
And we can't force parents.
Right, I mean, you can't force, but even if a parent takes their child to the doctor,
Oh, you mean just as doctors know?
the kid might not meet criteria and the doctor won't test them. And so I guess we have to rely on the doctor's assessment, and we need to make sure that that doctor provides a note that says this kid can return to school after 24 hours free, or.
And let's be honest, some might not be able to afford it.
Yeah.
And so in that case, if they can't get the test or they don't take them to the doctor, then they're out for 10 days.
Is that what you'd like us to do? I mean, that's not what's in there now.
Well, I think it isn't.
It's not?
Person's diagnosed with it or symptoms,
If they're diagnosed,
or does
that's
not,
easy.
or does not get a test but has symptoms, they can return to school at least
10 days after, yeah, I'm sorry, you're exactly right. There's been so many changes to this.
Okay,
Yes, you're right.
okay.
So it would be, the person would be out of school for 10 days.
at a minimum.
At
Yeah.
a minimum, right.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the public, the parents, everyone understands
Yeah, it's at
this
least,
is going to be whack-a-mole. Like, this year is going to be, and just be prepared for that. You might wake up on Wednesday morning and your kid's home from school for 10 days, and you have to find a plan like that for what you're going to do with them.
correct. Yeah,
And
at
if they're
least-
sick, they need to stay home, and so do you. And also, you are going to miss work for the amount of time that your kid's quarantined, if you think your kid might have COVID.
That's in the part of the change with the 24 hours that you're discussing. So yes, at least 10 days have passed since symptoms appear.
And so I just, I don't want to harp on this, but rolling closures of your kid's classroom or just your own kid being sick are going to happen. And you need to have a backup plan for your backup plan.
Okay, the role of the nurse in contact tracing. So throughout the document, there are some new live links that link to, now you can't access it in the PDF, it's on board docs, but there are live links to new Department of Health regs. The second bullet on page 14, the Virginia Department of Health link there actually discusses the contact tracing and the health department's role in that, the school's role. And then the how to prepare and what to expect is really an infographic from the Department of Health. So both of those are live linked in the document. When we send it out, I'll send it out as a shared document so people can actually open the live link. So we're,
Because it's one page off of you, so.
oh, is it? Gotcha. So then, on the bottom of, or the rest of page 14, I initially had this in as a chart. I took it out of chart format. So considerations for closing classrooms or schools. So this was stolen from another locality in another state, actually. And we discussed it this morning at our staff meeting. So if we have a confirmed case for closing a classroom, one case or two cases linked together in a school in the same classroom. Classrooms will be closed for 14 days and students and staff in close contact with a positive case would self-quarantine for 14 days. So closing a school, we have at least two cases linked together in school but in different classrooms. Classroom of each case would be closed and quarantined. And additional individuals are quarantined based on where the exposure was in the school. At least two cases linked together by circumstances outside of a school setting. So if two students were in a community church, or if they were playing soccer together, but it happened outside of the school setting. The school could open post-investigation, but classrooms would remain closed for students for 14 days. So what that would mean was the office might be open, but students would not be in the school setting. At least two cases linked or not linked but the exposure was confirmed for each one outside of the school setting. So 2 cases in a school not linked. School opens post-investigations, but the classroom remains closed for students for 14 days. And if there was a link that was unable to be determined, the school would close for 14 days. For any suspected case, well, CCPS staff will communicate with representatives from the Lord Fairfax Health District for guidance. Because the suspected cases are, I don't want to say they're going to outweigh the positives, but a student with a fever, is that a suspected case? We'll need to get some clarification and guidance on that.
And so this says that the nurse is going to have a role to play in contact tracing.
They assist the health department.
Okay, they're not primarily responsible
No.
for contact
And
tracing.
Ms. Cather was in our meeting today, and she was very quick in her communication, and she was very quick to say this morning that the health department is responsible for contact tracing. It's our role to assist in that.
Okay. And we do have a nurse, I don't know if everyone knows, we can say that we have a nurse for Cooley.
Yes, and we have 3 substitute or nurses on our sub list.
That's great.
So then you have the flow chart that's been in there since the beginning on page 15. Page 16, transportation changes just speaks to the screening app that students who ride our buses would do the self-assessment in the morning, or the parent would do the assessment in the morning. Drivers would also conduct a self-assessment. The temperature has been changed to 100 degrees instead of 100.4. On page 17, we get to the general instructional information piece of the plan. There are some definitions there for synchronous learning, asynchronous learning, hybrid virtual learning, or CCPS Virtual Academy, and remote learning, just to try to provide some context. Page 18, attendance. All students, whether in the hybrid or virtual academy will be assigned a blue or an orange group. The assignment to the group will indicate which days the student receives instruction by a teacher and which days are asynchronous in either model. The amount of synchronous instruction may vary by school level. So as an example, at the elementary level, you might have a 2-hour reading block. At the high school, middle school, it's 46-minute periods. So it just depends on how much, or your level, how much actual synchronous you might get.
And this is a change from the previous draft.
It is.
Because our fully virtual students in the previous draft had 4 days of synchronous learning. Can you speak to the reasoning behind that change?
Staffing is a part of that. And then it's consistent and equitable across the board if we do it this way.
Meaning both by the amount of synchronous versus asynchronous
Right.
time.
And
it also provides access, equitable access to some courses where we were limited by staff.
That's
right?
correct. Yeah, that's exactly where I was getting ready to go. So staffing limitations with access to advanced courses as an example, it will be easier if we do it this way. Page.
Dr. Bishop, before you move on from that piece, I have one thought to add for, I guess, the 4th paragraph down. It says that, we'll continue to implement Virginia code and policy with regards to attendance. So we are going to do home visits if the student doesn't attend school, if they've selected the hybrid model. But should we also be thinking about doing home visits if a child has signed up for a virtual learning situation and they're not logging in?
Yes, we do home visits even now on occasion.
Okay.
So we'll be communicating with families to try to find out where students are and why they haven't logged in. So generally we try, we start with phone calls, and then last resort we go out and actually visit the homes.
Okay.
Page 22, inclement weather. So because we'll be prepared for virtual learning, In general, if the school division is closed for inclement weather, instruction will continue to be delivered via remote learning. And we'll follow that orange and blue day rotation. Now, in the event if there's, if we have a blizzard or inclement weather causes mass power outages or something to that effect, we might have to veer from that course. So in general, if there's a snow day, a couple of snow days in a row, remote learning will continue.
And the teachers would be able to access the school, or we have to factor that into, is it too difficult for everybody to get to the school?
That'll be part of our discussion as well, because we'd want sidewalks and parking lots to be clear, those kinds of things.
Can I ask another question about synchronous learning? Will all of the live streamed synchronous learning also be recorded in order to be downloadable for people who have internet access problems?
No. We had a conversation about that a couple of weeks ago. And storage of those videos could potentially become an issue. So if we allow those to be downloaded, storing like an elementary teacher's 2-hour reading lesson for a week, storage potentially for those videos becomes problematic, and that's just one teacher.
You mean Chromebook storage or?
Well, we have to have them somewhere.
Storage.
Right, we have to have them somewhere. So the Chromebook, downloading it to the Chromebook is one thing, but storage of those videos in the system itself, according to our tech people, could potentially be problematic when you have all teachers who are recording lessons and then saving those and then posting them at some point. They have to be stored.
I think that's, I didn't realize that, so I think that's really important for parents to know as well. If you're working all day and expecting to help your child with making up those opportunities in the evening, that's not going to be as easy as you might anticipate.
And there is some discussion about whether or not a recorded session, like let's say the teacher was teaching a class and recorded that session, if that becomes part of a student record, if there are other students on the screen who are logged in at the same time, and that's potentially problematic as well. Because we have records retention schedules that we have to hold on to for student records.
Okay. So for our families who don't have reliable internet, this is a big hurdle for them, that they won't be able to access. Have you thought of any workarounds for them yet?
So if we're able to have virtual teachers only, who can do, so a smaller group of people who are doing screencastify, something like that, so they're recording themselves, we don't need as much storage if we do that. Because you have fewer people who are recording.
Okay.
Because at the elementary level, right?
Right.
We know we have virtual teachers who will be able to assign a virtual classroom, so they should be teaching.
Virtual only students.
That's right. Your question though is, okay, sounds great, but if parents aren't at home during the day, and we have to sort out schedules, we're still back to the same thing in the evening. Right?
So if it's not an option to record and download those lessons for later use.
Hybrid or virtual, so it's the same.
And it could be something as simple, something we talked about today in our meeting was, it could be something as simple as, there's all kinds of educational information out there. It could be a small video that's, a YouTube video as an example, it's one example that could be posted about how to solve a particular math problem. It's a 5-minute video instead of a 2-hour reading lesson. So it's linking that information in so the student gets some explanation. But again, somebody who has internet problems, that's not gonna be a solution. But from a public Wi-Fi spot, they could watch that video.
in real time,
Correct,
but not after the fact.
correct.
So I know in my own house, sometimes I can log on and watch a video, and sometimes it just loads and loads and loads and nothing happens. And that's about 50-50. So I might log in at 9 for math, for example, and think I'm gonna stream a video and it doesn't work. And by the time I get to a public Wi-Fi spot, math is over.
Right,
So
and,
that's tricky.
you know, absent countywide high-speed internet access, and we're gonna have to work around through, could even be a phone call on a Friday to explain how to work a math problem, as an example.
Can we access cloud storage for
I'll have
those
to check and ask. I'll check with our tech folks.
lessons? I can foresee this being a problem for a number of families, or even, I mean, if they miss due to a doctor's appointment or a sickness or whatever, those kinds of things, teachers are accustomed to helping students make up a class here and there, but a consistent access problem is gonna be,
I'll have to check with our tech people to give me an answer on all that. I
Okay.
think, from my limited tech knowledge, I don't see why not, but I need some definitive answers from other people.
okay.
And I didn't realize the status storage issue either, and I've been conveying to parents that the hope is we'd be able to record,
Me too.
right, and make it available in the evening, so I don't know, I guess we can have more conversations with Ed.
I'll talk with Ed tomorrow.
I mean, I know we can't fix the internet problem, and that's not our issue to fix, but
Is our reality to live.
that's
Yeah,
right, so
right.
what can are there other things we can be creative in doing?
Okay.
Page 25, we're strongly recommended students enrolled in the virtual academy have access to the internet. We'll have access through some hotspots that we have. Those hotspots will be distributed to schools so that we can have parents be able to get those hotspots from the school that their child would attend. They wouldn't actually get them from here. That's the same process that we've used. I don't know. It's the same process we've used with the ones we had previously. We'll also have some Chromebooks that we can distribute to people who do not have a device.
Is it first come, first serve? How are we doing that? How are we handling those?
Yeah, we've asked in the registration information of whether people have a device or not, so we'll have a good idea of who those people are that do not have them.
Okay.
Students enrolled in the CCPS Virtual Academy will follow the same schedule as the hybrid model. We have some sample schedules back in the document. Now, one thing, and you'll see this in a couple of different places. If SOL testing is required next year, and right now, the state has told us that we will have to SOL test unless the federal government waives that requirement. The state is willing to waive it, but for federal purposes, students might have to test. And if we have to test, students will physically have to come to the school to do so because of test security issues. Unless something changes between now and next May.
But logistically, we'll just have to figure out.
We'll figure out the testing schedule when we get there.
Yeah.
Page 28, the same wording here under special education that was back in the previous section regarding face coverings. Just placed under the special education umbrella as well. Teacher expectations. There has been some conversation about, if teachers being required to report to work and working from the building. So that blue is there for my purposes more than anything. Page 33, once again, it's noted that about SOL tests, students may have to physically attend in order to take those exams during the designated times. Page 35, the elementary virtual academy. That is a new section. So that goes through page 30, 37. Comments about instructional technology resources, that's also listed in the general education or general instructional document as well, or portion of the document as well. 37, the virtual academy schedules. Elementary students who are enrolled in the virtual academy will be assigned a blue or orange group and will follow a classroom schedule determined at the school level. Virtual academy students will have the opportunities for direct instruction, guided practice, and independent practice. And under that scenario, virtual students would be online for extended periods of time. As an example, due to some staffing considerations, we might have some situations where a virtual teacher has a group of first graders on Monday and Wednesday and a group of second graders on Tuesday and Thursday. That's one of the solutions we're looking at to make the virtual work. But that'll have to follow the class schedule because of specials and other things that play into it.
So that teacher would be preparing synchronous and asynchronous
For 2 grade bands, maybe.
4 days a week for 2 different grades.
Correct.
That's a lot of prep.
I know.
But do you think that's gonna happen?
It's a possibility. We're still working through that. It is more likely we are more likely to have situations where, let's say, a virtual teacher who is normally a Cooley could potentially have 10 Cooley students in a 3rd grade classroom and 5 voice students. That's more likely to happen than the other.
But it's a possibility.
But it's a possibility.
It's a
And I want that to be out there.
That's right.
Yeah.
If you want to work virtual,
Right.
this might be something we need of you.
Okay.
Page 42, just a quick note, our band program, Mr. Curry has submitted a plan that I started to review today about how band activities might occur. And also I just put the choral music also is kind of under construction, but I started going through the band information today. I want to review it a second time, ask Mr. Curry some questions and to be able to give that a good look over before we actually implement that as part of this plan. 43, early dismissals. So when a parent comes in to pick their student up, anybody entering the building is required to have a mask on. We had not noted that before, but it is now noted. Page 44.
If we see him on the camera without a mask, are we gonna say that over the little speaker?
Yeah, when we can, oh, you mean from the outside speaker?
Mhm.
Okay, I thought you meant like the camera's inside.
No.
Okay, yes, we can
Yeah,
remind
just-
people that they need a mask to enter the building.
Yeah.
So the reason that page 44 is highlighted is because this is where initially we had in there that there would be no opportunity for advanced coursework, and that now has been removed. But we'll make every effort will be made by CCPS to accommodate advanced courses and elective offerings as well. Also, the portion about extracurriculars has been removed.
So we are gonna make every effort,
Yes.
but
We have
There still could be
we have
limitations.
scheduling conflicts every year.
Yeah.
Even in a normal year, what we have always known as normal, where sometimes students have a choice between 2 classes that they have to choose this or that. That could potentially exist still, even if we make every effort to accommodate everybody's schedule.
right. And there might be more scenarios.
We have, because we're a smallish high school, we have a number of conflicts that occur in the schedule every year. And, student has 2 courses that they really want to take, and both of them, because they're singletons, might be offered first period or first block. You can't take both, you have to choose. That's the way the schedule fleshes out every year.
Well, there's also a bit of a dependency on staffing, right?
A bit. Page 45, again, another note, don't pay attention to the yellow, that's a note for us. Students participating in a virtual academy and SOL tests. Some sample schedules on 47. They were in there at the last revision or the first revision. Sample schedule for asynchronous days. How many minutes per class period students should be anticipating. We also have a sample schedule on page 49 for our high school and middle school classes. And the first and third Fridays and the second and fourth Fridays of the month, how we're going to work with students during, even on Fridays. Page 56, a building or division closure and the procedures for all schools. So it's the expectation that teachers will work from their classroom if schools are closed. However, specific circumstances at the time will dictate that decision. So if we have a community outbreak, as an example, or a building outbreak at the high school, then we're not going to require people to come into that facility. So it'll depend on the circumstances. That's one of those what ifs that I can't give you an answer to right today. It would depend on what those circumstances are. So page 57, proposed secondary schedule during a building or division closure. On page 58, we have sample schedules for the elementary levels, grades K to 2 and then 3 to 5. Food service, no changes to that. Personnel, I know Mr. Catlett has made some small updates there along the way, just in some wording and so forth, and maybe some new links. That's the extent of the change at this point. This continues to be a working document. As additional information comes out, as an example, the Virginia Department of Health regs or guidance that I mentioned earlier just changed last week. There were new documents posted. So oftentimes we don't know when those updates occur. Nobody sends us an email that says, hey, by the way, we've made updates. So one of us runs across them at some point and we're able to update the documents.
The closure table on 14, was that, is that consistent or was that vetted by VDH?
Ms. Catter looked over that today. So by VDH, not yet, but she looked at it and responded that she was comfortable with that, but we will get them to vet that. Didn't have time to get that done today. That's where we're working with an interim epidemiologist right now at the VDH.
Any additional questions before I ask mine?
I have a question about instruction. And I can't remember if we've had this conversation tonight or not, I'm sorry. Will some teachers be assigned to teach both virtual and in-person students in this revised plan?
Possibly.
Okay.
Student schedules and needs will dictate teacher schedules, which is the case again every year. If we are unable to accommodate every individual who wishes to be in a virtual environment, or if we need 4 sections of an English class in a hybrid model and 2 virtually, then we'll have to work that out in the individual schedule. That'll be based on the student request and not staff request. Again, that's the way it works every year. It's just this year's highlighted because of this condition.
So in that scenario where the teacher is responsible for both, can you talk a little bit about the webcam solution that we discussed previously? Is that still a possibility where those virtual students would sort of be in the classroom while a live class was
So there's 2 options. The first would be a teacher might have a totally virtual section. I mean, that's an option. The second option is for virtual students to be participating at the same time that in-person students are. So they're all occupying the same classroom space, at the same time, even though some are not physically there. So we've come up with a way through the use of microphones and earpieces and sharing of screens so that students who are logged in virtually can actually see the teacher's computer screen. And also the students who are in the classroom can see the information on the smart panel TV. That could happen kind of at the same time. So the webcam idea, we did look at that, but felt we could do the same thing through screen sharing and some other apps that Mr. Hausman has mentioned in some of our meetings, where a math teacher, as an example, can use a particular app and could demonstrate a math problem that the students at home could actually see.
Okay.
And we're going to be working with teachers during the teacher work week in order to provide them some options about what works best for them and what app they prefer. So it's going to be a busy couple of weeks in doing that. So there's really two options with virtual: occupying the same space at the same time as in-person students, or maybe also having virtual only sections, depending on student need.
Okay.
Any other comments?
Not at this moment.
Katie, do you have any comments?
Not that I can think of right now.
Okay. Can we quickly review enrollment numbers?
Can you bring it up for now? Like I posted it. You did. Try to decide it. So this is our enrollment this afternoon, or the registrations this afternoon. The student is not officially enrolled until they show up the first day. So our registration information right now, and it's by school on the left-hand side of the page, and the small chart on the right are those who have yet to complete the registration process. So overall, we have approximately 65% of our families who have chosen an in-person or hybrid model, and 35% have chosen a virtual model. That's division-wide. Middle school right now is running a little higher on the virtual side, with nearly 40% of their students choosing virtual. Boyce has 243 students who have enrolled, or registered, I should say. There are 22 students who we anticipate coming who have yet to enroll. The high school, 651 students, 447 in person, 204 virtual, and 32 students yet to register. The elementary, Clarke, Cooley Elementary, 399 have registered, 240 in person, 159 virtually, 16 yet to register. In the middle school, 408 students, 246 in person, 162 virtual, with 32 yet to register. So today we took the list of all of the students who have not registered and started to cross-reference that list with the number of students who have already sent or have indicated that they're not going to be with us next year because they're going to homeschool or they may be transferred to another school or going to be going to a private school for the 21-22 school year. Parents have been really good about letting us know their intent, although we have a number of folks who have not turned in the paperwork for homeschooling, as an example. Others have. Others have completed a part of the paperwork and not submitted the rest. So we're working with people individually through that process. Some of the challenges are, as we look at this, as an example, Boyce, and I'll just take kindergarten as an example, 22 in-person students and 13 virtual. We have 2 teachers, kindergarten teachers at Boyce. If that 22 If those 6 students in kindergarten who have yet to register are in person, then that number's 28. That has to be 2 sections. Because one teacher couldn't take the 28 students divided into 2 days, have 14 students per day, and maintain the 6 feet of distancing. So then we're left with who's going to be the virtual teacher. So these registrations are critical. Our schools have been calling families and discussing this with them. So we've been following up with people to try to get the registrations complete. So there are some challenges out there right now that we're still trying to overcome. And that's one of them. And that's just one example of how we're working through this process.
Okay, so just to put some percentages, so 36-ish% for grand total want virtual. Middle's at about 40, high school's at about 31%, voice is about at 38, Cooley give or take 40. So we're all between that 30 to 40 range
Yes.
for each building,
Yes.
and as well as overall. Okay, so can you quickly talk about our staffing?
Yeah, I can. All of this is a challenge, but putting the pieces of the puzzle together for the staffing is probably the biggest challenge. We have 40 individuals on staff or employees who have indicated a preference for telework. 32 of those 40 are teaching staff. 17 of the 32 are at the high school. So we need to continue to work through the process with the employees to make sure that we are doing what's right and what's required by law to meet the need of virtual versus returning to work. But the staffing piece is the biggest challenge. The elementary is easier to work out because students are assigned teachers. Middle and high is a little more difficult because students have classes and they go in a bunch of different directions. When they leave a first period class, 20 students might go in 10 different directions. So putting those pieces of the puzzle together with those who prefer virtual work versus those who are in person is proving to be a challenge.
Okay, so let's say we allow a teacher to work virtually, even though they might be the one teacher in that subject matter. Can we talk about, we've been talking a lot about how to staff those rooms.
So any teacher who is granted the opportunity to, based on need, to work virtually, we would flip the classroom. So that teacher would be live streamed in from some location to a class of 10 to 12 students. We would need another person in that classroom to serve as a facilitator or a supervisor for that group of students. We would not leave them unsupervised. So that's a challenge in trying to figure out who that person is that would be in the classroom while the teacher is teaching from some remote location. We do not have staffing to accommodate that at this point.
And if we did, probably, is it safe to say we try to get an IA or maybe a teacher who's not teaching in that same period, which I don't think would be the case. And if people come back and say, well, why can't you get a long-term sub to do that?
Well, long-term subs, by the nature of being a long-term sub, have to meet certain requirements. So we can't just put somebody in a classroom for 90 days to serve as a long-term sub unless they meet specific requirements. So it's not that easy to just say, well, we'll just get somebody else to come in and do that. Then, of course, the other side of it is budget considerations. If we are paying the teacher to teach from some location, and then whether we hire somebody to put in that classroom, if that's an additional salary. Right now, at 102 students who have not completed registration, If we just look at it from the basic aid perspective, the number that we get for every student that comes into our school system, it's roughly $5,000. So we're talking about $500,000 right now of lost revenue with those 102 students. So budget is going to be challenging anyway.
Okay, so in understanding some of these challenges that we've heard Dr. Bishop speak about, so we have an idea of our virtual, our hybrid versus virtual percentage, right? We have numbers for teacher staff requests. We've heard him say how with middle and high school, there might be some scheduling limitations. Any thoughts about some of these things he's brought up?
Well, just to be clear, when you say scheduling limitations, you mean the ability to actually have the school in the hybrid mode. We're talking about the availability of staff to open Johnson Williams in the high school for the hybrid model.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
If there are scenarios, which we know there are, where we have one teacher who's the subject, you know, the expert for that subject, and we can't plug them in anywhere else, like we can, like we have better chances of doing at the elementary schools. Yeah, I mean, that's an issue, right? Based on the teacher's preference.
Right, and so staff is going to need guidance from us.
That's right.
To determine how we want to approach the staffing question.
That's right.
Yeah. And then I guess the question is the implications of the guidance that we provide is going to determine what schools can open or not, or if there's a revolt or whatever is going to happen. So is our, I mean, obviously this is another time-sensitive issue. Have we determined that we need to meet before the next meeting to provide this guidance after we have an opportunity to hear from folks and consider things and get our thoughts wrapped around this?
Provide what guidance on how to reopen?
Guidance to the staff on how we want, guidance to staff on how we're directing them to approach the limitations of meeting all the requests for preference and the ability to open a building.
Yeah, so let's just put this out on the table. So we have teachers who have given us their preference in working from home. We know by law that we have to make accommodations for those that have documented health risks. So that's our first priority. Then we have, you know, the request from teachers to work from home because they're a caregiver or they live with somebody that might have health issues or concerns. Then we have teachers who haven't communicated either of those reasons. So it's probably safe to say they don't feel comfortable coming in yet. I'm making a big assumption, but so yeah, we'll have to make a decision on how we go about whether we open up a school or not due to staffing issues.
And they need that time in a timely manner. So are we
Right,
meeting
so how
next
do
week,
we-
or are we, what do we?
It's really, how do we address accommodating all the requests for virtual?
So one of my biggest concerns in regards to, and I don't know, I think expressed this before, with a teacher choosing a virtual teaching position or asking for a virtual teaching position, getting tired. I believe that those teachers still need to come to the building. And so I don't think that we can go back to the way that things were last spring. And we are not going back to the way that things were last spring. And last spring, the pandemic surprised us all. We were kind of on our back heels in terms of making plans and executing those plans. And, we don't need to rehash that. But moving forward, we are living in a pandemic and we're going to continue on. And so in my mind, that means if you say that you want to be a virtual teacher, then you're still expected to go into the building unless you have a health condition that prevents you to do so. But I don't want this to be, and I don't want people to be upset, I don't want teachers to be upset with me, but I don't want this to be a path to stay at home and to revert to the way that things were last spring.
So when you talk about virtual teachers coming in, do you mean if that school, if we're not able to open up that building, then all those teachers would have to come in, or are you specifically saying that if a building's open, we have hybrid and virtual going on at the same time, that there's still an expectation that those teachers who wanted virtual would be coming in?
Yes, because it's my assumption that they would have a classroom or they would have an office space. And that eliminates any issue of, I don't have adequate internet access, oh, my internet's down today. We would have staff available to provide support immediately to continue on with virtual instruction.
So there would be no student interaction in their classroom. They could teach from their classroom.
Right, and you're not exposed to, if you're in a virtual only setting and say that we don't have enough staffing for the high school for things to be pulled off, for first quarter. Well, all of those teachers who are going to be teaching virtually, I would prefer those teachers to go to their classroom at the high school, and again, to have access to technology support, access to all of their materials in the classroom, and follow, a typical school, follow the school day schedule. And also, it's also my expectation that, emails, parent concerns are addressed promptly if we're in a virtual only setting. And that doesn't mean having office hours at 5:30 a.m. when children are not awake. So it's providing consistency and accountability, which I expect as a taxpayer, but also as a parent and also as a former educator.
Okay. All right, so, there's an expectation for me that if we were to go virtual, that teachers would be coming into the classrooms because there would be no student interaction or in the hallways.
In addition to that, sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Kingsman, but in addition to that too, our school system is working incredibly hard right now with our county, and we have an excellent county administrator who is putting forth an absurd amount of time to make sure that childcare is provided to our teachers. No other profession does this. And I can certainly say that, you know, being employed by a private employer, he is not providing childcare for me. He's not providing an additional supplement to my salary for childcare. That is not happening with most professions. With my husband, the accounting firm that my husband works for, there's no extra compensation for childcare. You've got to figure it out. So again, the school system is going above and beyond, I believe, by providing childcare amongst Parks and Rec or trying to help employees figure that out.
And we're going above and beyond because it's not meant to be taken in a negative way. It's just the right thing to do. We're trying to really work with teachers.
Most employers would do that, but the reality is that they don't.
Okay, so, we need to, how do you want to address these teacher preferences?
So I guess Rick and Chuck, Dr. Bishop need some time to reach out to individual teachers and you know, see what their situation is and try to figure out how we can accommodate the ones that need virtual assignments.
Okay. But if we can accommodate, how do we want to proceed?
Well, I think that was, I think the discussion is then we need to just tell staff, it's either this hard line or it's not this hard line. And personally, tonight, I'm not prepared to make that decision.
I'm not asking for a decision. I'm just saying we need to give them a little bit of guidance of how we want to have these conversations. So we're basically asking Mr. Catlin, Dr. Bishop, to reach out to these teachers, whether it's through a phone call or an email. And maybe understand and see why they want to stay or work virtually, and if a doctor's note's required, or get some more detail, and then understanding that when all these, when you have big picture, how we're,
So I prefer Dr. Bishop, Mr. Catlett, or building administrators, whoever has a close relationship with these staff members, to follow up on their concerns in regards to returning to the classroom. And it's been indicated on some of our forums that some of the teachers are concerned about childcare. So if childcare is addressed, then has that problem been eliminated for that teacher or that family?
What on this?
Because it could be a situation where things have been figured out or not. So I prefer them to contact those teachers, by the end of the week, and then we revisit.
Okay, so
numbers.
I'm clearly not articulating properly. I am not asking for a vote tonight on any other decision than what we've already decided.
Right.
All I'm saying is that it sounds like we're asking Dr. Bishop and Mr. Catlett to go and reach out to these teachers or staff who prefer virtual, and see what accommodations can be made or can't be made.
Okay.
And then whatever other things might come out of your talks. The thing I want to say out loud is there might still be staffing concerns that could potentially limit our ability to open a building. that is something that might come back to us that we then potentially have to address. That's what, right?
Yeah.
And
This is
specifically,
where-
right now,
Yes.
we're talking about Council Williams in the high school. When we say open a building, I mean, right now, it looks like elementary is okay.
Yes,
So why don't I offer this? We'll get on this tomorrow morning,
Okay.
obviously. And we'll be communicating with the school board attorney on going about this because there are certain legal protections in the federal coronavirus law, FFCRA. So we want to make sure that we are in compliance with all laws and regulations that are applicable to this situation. So let us do that. Let us work with the attorney, begin communication with the employees who have indicated a desire or a preference to work virtually and follow the guidance of your attorney as we work through this. And then we will report back to you as quickly as we can on what we're finding out. So if there needs to be another meeting between now and the 24th, when the next scheduled board meeting is, then so be it, we'll have to have that. But I think that's the prudent way to move forward, to get the information that you need and that we need to be able to open school in a couple of weeks.
okay, so we're all on the same page, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, any other conversation, any other discussion? Any other questions, comments about our revised plan here?
I have two, and maybe you're gonna get to childcare, so maybe I just have one, and that's, sick time for teachers and staff members. So I'm concerned that that some teachers might prefer virtual because of the limitations on how much sick time they have and the limitations on special sick time that they get. Is this okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. On the sick time that they get through the CARES Act, that the 10 days, I think it's CARES Act. And so, I'm wondering if that's, if you could spend some time, thinking about, and maybe you already have, about how we might be able to solve that for our in-person teachers. If we're asking them to go in person and they get sent home sick, for 14 days and they end up missing a paycheck or two, that's a big consideration for that group of teachers.
So the Families First Coronavirus Relief Act allows for 10 days of leave. The person has to be seeking a diagnosis. And after that, that's the only guarantee there is that first 10 days. That's what's in the law. When you go beyond that, of course, teachers potentially have other kinds of leave, their accumulated sick leave. If they're out for a period of time, let's say 2 months, then FMLA could kick in. That is paid as long as the person has sick leave to cover that. The challenge is going to be budget, obviously, because we're going to be potentially, we would be paying that individual plus the substitute to come in and work. But we'll look at some ways to see what we can come up with. But the biggest challenge is going to be budget issues.
Maybe this is an issue that we could, bring to our Board of Supervisors. And, I mean, the last thing we want to do is provide an incentive for a teacher who's not feeling great to come to school anyways, because they don't want to miss a paycheck. They can't miss a paycheck. So I think I'm interested in finding ways to be really generous with our sick leave as much as we can. I know we have real world budget constraints, but I do think that that's a health and safety issue. If our teachers don't have enough leave to feel comfortable staying home when they have a headache or a sore throat or a stuffy nose, it's gonna be a different standard this year. Then, I know plenty of teachers come to work with a cold and a cough and they work for a couple of weeks like that, and that can't happen this year. So I don't know what the answer is money-wise, but, it's another piece to the staffing puzzle. If that's something that we can't afford, we definitely can't afford sick people coming into our building. For sure, we can't afford that.
You mentioned childcare, and I do have some information on that from a meeting earlier today. We currently have 202 individuals who have indicated a need for childcare. Parks and Rec would be the agency. They have the license for the childcare. The school division does not have a childcare license. They're looking and discussing now about staffing those classrooms. They run an ad in the newspaper for childcare workers. So those staffing problems have to be resolved. How are they going to staff each classroom? There was some conversation about cost, and we're still working through that. The money that's been set aside by Mr. Boyce and the Board of Supervisors for childcare out of the CARES Act funding has to be spent by December. So that does not cover the second half of the year if we remain in this model all year long. So we're looking at ways to be creative on how we can make the money spread out for an entire year if needed. So continuing to work through that. We did talk about some costs, which I'm hesitant to talk about publicly because somebody will say, no, you said it was going to be this amount and it's $5 more than that or $20 more than that. So I'm hesitant to talk about that right now. But advertisements have been run in the newspaper. We know the number of students thus far who need that. Parks and Rec's working on staffing. Parks and Rec has been in touch with the accrediting agency. It actually is not our local Department of Social Services. It's the Department of Social Services out of Verona, down near Stanton, that is our contact person. So Ms. Cook has already been in touch with her and had some conversations about what would need to occur for this to happen. So good progress has been made. It's just now honing in on how much.
And is this, that what you're speaking of, is this just for teachers' kids?
No, we have 202 total students, including some of those who have registered their children already. So if you were in the hybrid model or if you were an employee's child, you'd be granted access to childcare if needed.
And I know you don't want to talk about specific costs. Was there discussion of there being some kind of a sliding scale for costs based on the family's ability to pay?
Yes, and that sliding scale would be potentially available to students who qualify for free or reduced meals.
Okay. And registration is open for this right now, or?
It is not.
It's
This
not.
registration
Okay.
is through our registration process. We asked folks to indicate whether or not they potentially needed childcare or wanted more information about childcare in our partnership with Parks and Rec.
Okay.
So this was all contained in our registration document.
And free and reduced lunch students, they would receive a discounted rate or free childcare?
Not there yet.
Not sure yet, okay. So we have 202 slots.
202 people have requested it.
202 people have requested it.
Right now, the Parks and Rec program can accommodate 135 children. Although that 202, remember, is not going to be on the same day. Students are going to be either orange or blue. Some of them will be. So
Right.
they would only need childcare 2 to 3 days a week because the other 2 days they would be in school. So that 135 is not total students in the program. It's on a given day.
Okay. And the ages, do we know yet?
We talked about pre-K through 6.
So for teachers who need childcare, if they have a child this only applies to school age
Correct.
children of teachers.
Correct. Because if you have a child who's not school age, you would have to have some kind of arrangement for them anyway.
Right. That makes sense. Okay. Thanks. Thanks for the update.
And 27 of those students are employees' children. So just,
Oh,
I
okay.
just saw that note on the piece of paper that I didn't mention.
Anything else?
I would just say that I think that discussion about the internet strikes home for one thing, but I think it's just it is such a big issue in Clarke, and so I think we need to have something in place so that folks that have limited access to the internet can still keep up, whether it's papers or whether it's downloaded class information, whatever, if it's not videos. And then of course we haven't tested the infrastructure when everybody is in class at the same time watching videos across the country or locally. So there's always that potential as well.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to school board member comments. Ms. Ryan?
I guess I just want to say that, thank you to staff for all the time that you've all put into one plan after another, and I know it's constantly changing, and can almost guarantee that it'll change again before September 8th. So thank you for the work you put into this and keeping us informed about what's going on, and for asking parents their preferences and teachers their preferences. And I hope that I just really want to drive home to parents that they need to be prepared for changes, not only between now and September 8th, but after the school year starts. There is, whatever happens on September 8th, we can almost guarantee that it's not going to be the same 2 weeks in, 4 weeks in, 8 weeks in, and school opening in whatever way it opens is not going to be a reliable source of childcare. I would say that, and that I hope that no one is counting on that. If you sign your child up for hybrid, I hope that it's because you value face-to-face instruction and understand that it could go away at any moment when there's an exposure or an illness, and that it likely will at some point. So just please be patient and have realistic expectations about what this year is going to look like once we get started.
Yeah, I think this I echo so much of what Ms. Ryan had to say, and just I just get the sense that we're here. This is what things look like. It's challenging, and we got to work hard, and that's just the nature of it. So We have to stay focused on what we're trying to accomplish, keeping people, reducing risk as much as possible, increasing education as much as possible, and just spending a lot of time pulling it off. So, thank you, staff.
Ms. Kerhobert?
Well, thank you to the board members for letting me participate virtually, and also to Dr. Bishop and Mr. Catlett and Mr. Hauserman for setting this up for us tonight so I can still participate in the meeting. As we get closer to the start of the school year, I know that just having been a teacher before, that there's a lot of anxiety always after being out of school for a couple of months and then returning to the classroom. And I know that those feelings of anxiety must be increasing exponentially right now for teachers. But I want teachers to know, just from a parent's perspective and a community member perspective, that our children are excited about coming back. And it makes me feel sad when I see comments or posts about dreading going back to the school or dreading going back to a classroom, because we have children who were screaming out loud when we decided to go forward with the hybrid plan. And I really hope that we can make it happen, and that the conversations with the staff members are productive over the next few days. But I just encourage everyone within the system to remember why you're here and to trust that we're going to do our best to keep you safe. And safety is never a guarantee, but I think, and I believe, that our administration team is doing everything they can to keep teachers safe, keep our children safe, and to move forward with this coming school year. So thank you, Dr. Bishop. Thank you, Mr. Catlett, Ms. Weir, and all of the other staff members who've been putting forth so much effort and work.
Okay. I guess I want to clear up some things. So long as Dr. Bishop and I have been working together, I've always said there's this thing between perception versus reality. And perception generally becomes the truth. So I want to clear up some perceptions. We have not been bullied to make the decisions that we're making. We are listening to the community as we should be. That's our job, that's our role. We don't have the luxury to have blinders on to one specific opinion because of our own personal opinions. I've said it in a meeting before. I have a daughter who is immunocompromised, and this is literally life or death for her. And I have to keep her home. I have another daughter who's healthy. I have to keep her home. That doesn't mean it's the right decision for everybody. So we have to be really mindful. We have to be open to all opinions. We have to be listening to them. Again, it's our role and it's our obligation. People are sort of criticizing us on relying on Dr. Green's recommendations. He's the expert on hand, whether people disagree with him or not. So yes, we did rely on his recommendation. That does not mean we aren't looking at data every single day, because we realize things are changing every single day. Again, Dr. Green is the expert, but that doesn't mean we're solely relying on his stance on opening up the schools. For anyone who thinks this board is making flip decisions or not understanding all the implications, our decision-making, you're just wrong. We didn't sit in over a 2-hour closed session watching reruns of Seinfeld. There is no stone that has been unturned. Every single implication that we can possibly think of, we have thought of. I think there was some comments about who's going to take accountability. I think we've all stated that if someone gets sick, if a teacher, a student, anyone in our school system gets sick or dies, we take accountability for that. So you have no idea how difficult this is. I'm also going to take accountability if something happens to a student because of mental health issues because we go virtual. No one's talking about that. And it's just as important. I have a daughter with health issues. I have a daughter with mental health issues, and we have struggled. I have struggled. We are thinking about teacher retention. We care about the teachers, and maybe some of the comments made tonight are making teachers think we don't care. We do care. We do care. We also have students to educate. Teachers think we only care about families. Families think we only care about teachers. We care about everyone, which is why this is so damn difficult. So I'm insulted by people thinking that we're flip about our decision making, that we're not well informed. And if we have to come up with some other ideas or decisions down the road, we will be tasked to do it, and we will do it. And if anybody thinks that we are taking this lightly, I ask you to reach out to us, and you will understand everything we've had to consider and talk about and the hours spent. We have thought about everything. This is not easy. I don't know, she's not here. Miss Smith gave Dr. Bishop a gold star. And I would say, in my book, you get 10. I also know that Dr. Bishop he might be the face of the administration, but I know he wouldn't be able to do his job if he didn't have amazing people working for him. That just goes to tell you how dedicated everyone is here in making the right decision. And again, I'm insulted if people can't appreciate that. Okay. Any other comments? I will adjourn. Thank you. Thanks everybody for staying late. Katie?
Yes.